Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the second part of today's planning meeting for BCP Council. For those that weren't here this morning, I'm Councillor Kelsey and I will be chairing the meeting this afternoon. We have done introductions already, but I would also like to now welcome Councillor Peter Hall to the rest of this meeting, and also to Sophie Maudsley and Peter Burridge, and to Mr. Hodges, who will be the officers presenting their 3 applications this afternoon. I'd just like to remind members that the item that was at 6B this afternoon for Richmond Gardens car park was deferred with decision by the members on this morning's meeting, so that one will be heard at a later date. The next item on today's agenda is 6C, which is the former MCA training centre at Steamer Point. And this will be presented to us this afternoon by Mr. David Hodges. Mr. Hodges, would you like to go forward, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I will just pop up the PowerPoint on the screen. And are you now seeing the PowerPoint, Chairman?
We are, thank you, Mr. Hodges. Excellent,
thank you. Right, so as described, Chairman, this is an application for the redevelopment of the former Maritime Coast Guard Agency Training Centre at Steamer Point in Christchurch for a residential scheme of 26 units. The location is this triangle adjoining the Steamer Point Nature Reserve. To the east, you have Highcliffe Castle. Further west, you have the Avon Road car park and beachfront here. And just for getting the bearings, this is Somerset Roundabout at the top left. So this is an aerial view of the site. It's this broadly triangular site here with a series of buildings used by the former MCA, which is still in situ on the site. Access off of Pennyway, which is in effect a dead end, also serving the council's public car park at Steamer Point here, residential development to the northern and western boundaries, and then this route here is a public footpath which heads into Steamer Point, into the Nature Reserve and on to the grounds of Highcliffe Castle, and below this the sea cliffs and the beach to the south. I've tried to just convey some of the boundaries of the constraints that in and adjoin the site, which are referred to in the report. Apologies, the colours tend to overlay each other and they're not as obvious as they are, but this blue stripe here represents the boundary of the local nature reserve. These sort of little brown hats represents the boundary of the Sea Cliffs Site of Special Scientific Interest, and the green hashed areas are TPOs, Tree Preservation Orders, which both adjoin and cover the site. And so the site itself involves this collection of buildings which form the former MCA use, these areas of trees to the north, and access down along Pennyway onto the public highway network. The indicative layout is shown here, and the blue dots that you can see are the buildings which would be removed, the existing buildings on the site, and then the greyer areas are the proposed dwellings on the site with the indicative trees retained. So a bit more detail on the layout. So south part of the site along the bottom here, access in from the west. You see we have the 9 houses arranged on the western half of the site, and then the proposed block of flats on the eastern end with its garaging and parking areas. In terms of the street scenes, so this is one of the key views, this top street scene, in effect a view from the path into the nature reserve to the south. So you would have the proposed flat block here, and then the dwellings along here would raise up a little bit in scale for house number 4, from 2 to 3 stories. And this view below would be in effect if you were on the access road into the site here, looking towards the flat block at the eastern end of the site with the dwellings either side of the road. Looking back, these are views actually taken from indicative street scenes from the road itself. So this will be looking south. towards the sea here. So we'd have a flat block and then the southerly houses. And then if you in effect did a 180-degree turn, you'd be looking at this scene with the semi-detached and detached houses along the northern boundary of the site and the garage block for the block of flats sort of visible in the northeast corner. This has been cross-section provided by the applicant to try and indicate levels of visibility from the beach, dependent on how close, obviously, you were to the coastal slope, will affect how much of the proposed flat block would be visible in views from the beach. And obviously, we may be able to just discern the indicative people along the footpath here, where you can obviously get a clearer an idea of how the visibility of the flat block from that public route along this part of the site. So turning to the elevations, this elevation is labelled incorrectly as east, but it's clearly the west elevation as you came into the site, and would be what you see as you came in on the road. And at the bottom, this would be the south elevation facing the sea. You can tell from the design a very clear intent to design an Art Deco style block of flats on the eastern end of the site. And in terms of the floor plan, largely similar all the way up. Parts of the upper floors are slightly recessed and set in, and these are probably looking a bit faint, but these sort of beige areas are balconies and terraces for the proposed units. And in terms of the sort of design approach, that's even continued into this proposed flat garage block at the north of the site. Now, the houses themselves are much more contemporary in design, and what we're going to do is work across the southerly facing units from east to west. So this would be the first unit that you would see as you came into the site on the right hand side, working across. So these are all individual designs, but all picking up on very contemporary approach. And we are 2-storey for houses 1, 2, and 3, and then rising to 3 stories for house 4. Popping up onto the northern edge. So we're now going back from east to west, back towards the site entrance. We've got these 2 pairs of semi-detached houses, which are very, very similar. It's at 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then a 2-storey property at house 9, which would be the first house you saw on the left as you came into the site. Just picking up in an aerial view, this gives you some idea of tree cover within the site and the existing buildings within the site, the access, its relationship to the existing public car park, also public routes through into the nature reserve and public routes along the beach front. Down on the ground, in effect, what you see at the moment is the building sort of framed through views around the chain link boundary fence and in the trees, where you can partially see some of the buildings sort of visible in gaps. And remembering this is in effect an early spring or rather winter view, where there's some of the tree cover is less. You'll see some of the buildings are visible from the perimeter of the site looking in, and obviously from these public views along that frontage heading east towards the nature reserve. Chairman, just to draw your attention to a couple of points on the addendum sheet. Apologies, the standard advice about section 38 that the application be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations dictate otherwise somehow slipped off of paragraph 7 due to a formatting error, so apologies for that. And just also to clarify the point that the scheme in paragraph 54 refers to removal of 24 trees which are category A and B, so it's high and moderate quality, not just category A trees. Apologies for that error on the report, but hopefully that's clear now. Chairman, you'll see from the report where we regard the proposals as finely balanced. There are directly competing factors in for and against the scheme, and we consider the the application to be finely balanced. We've taken a view on acceptability as a scheme, but it's clearly an important one for the committee to debate and consider, bearing in mind how finely balanced we consider the schemes to be. But as it stands, we recommend the application for approval with the amended condition 4 as set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Mr. Harrod, I wonder if you could read out any statements that have come in by people, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'll start off with the 2 in objection. So this first one is from a Mr. Steve Alves, and he writes, on behalf of many residents, we strongly object to this proposal, due mainly to the proposed 3- and 4-storey dwellings. In particular, the large 4-storey block of 17 flats, which would be visually intrusive for many miles, is not in keeping with the housing in the immediate area. In this, we are in agreement with Christchurch Town Council, who have objected on the basis that the size, scale and bulk of the buildings will be an intrusion onto the existing character and skyline of locality, given its seafront location, and failing local plan policy H12 or policies HE2 and LN1 of the core strategy. Furthermore, investigations into crucial ecological aspects are out of date or ignore previous findings on wildlife, trees, cliff instability and drainage. The site abuts our local nature reserve, and core policy ME1 requires any development not to impact habitats or species. The Bat Conservancy Trust call for a 10-metre dark corridor, and the proposal utilises gardens as the corridor, which will be ineffective due to light spill. The application calls for more than 50% of existing trees being felled, including healthy quality trees. All trees on site have protected status, and the proposal does not follow good arboricultural practice required under policy ENV9 and H12, as noted by BCP's tree department, which recommends refusal. We are extremely concerned about the 4-storey block of flats on a cliff top prone to erosion. Gaps of the fabric of the cliff top were highlighted in a previous application in 2014, but that application did not include a large block of flats. The subsequent report of 2019 did not include any mention of the impact of deeper foundations into an eroding cliff top. No updated risk assessment is contained in this application as required in any planning application. There is insufficient explanation of drainage from the nature reserve ponds, and a lack of clarity as how drainage for the site would be achieved, as mentioned in BCP's report. This proposal fails to deliver adequate investigation into this. Parking on nearby roads is already dangerous, and potential traffic will increase this risk. Failing requirements under National Planning Policy Framework paragraphs 108 to 110. A previous application, which did not include a large block of flats, elicited comment from the recognised higher authority planning inspector that development should reflect surrounding housing being of mainly 1 or 2 stories. Residents support the development of the site, but hope their strong objections to the 3-storey houses and even larger intrusive block of flats can be addressed by replacing these with dwellings that are in keeping with the housing in this area as expressed in core and town plan policies. And objection number 2 is from Councillor Nigel Brooks, who is writing as a resident rather than as a ward councillor, as his ward is adjoining. And he writes, I'm immensely saddened on behalf of Christchurch residents and thousands of visitors who come to this part of our treasured coastline to see members being asked to approve this application. This is probably the most important location in a generation being considered for residential development. Not only is it immediately adjacent to both Highcliffe Castle's protected local nature reserve at Steamer Point, which is important for wildlife, geology, education and enjoyment without disturbing wildlife, but also nationally important geological cliffs forming the site of special scientific interest starting at this point and continuing along the coast to Milford in Hampshire. The sensitivity of this former historical, scientific and research facility and more recent, the Coast Guard agency site, is underlined by previous development schemes being rejected by Christchurch planners, and then in 2014 consent being granted on appeal for 26 individual houses. To now ask for a 4-storey block of flats on the most prominent part of the site in this location is totally wrong and inappropriate, both on policy grounds and aesthetics. Saved policy ENV9 makes this very clear and includes proposals should not detract from the visual dominance of the cliffs being subservient to them. The flats will be visually dominant along the whole coastline as far as Hengistbury Head, another protected local nature reserve. The applicant should be content with the appeal decision for 26 individual houses, rather than spoiling the amenity of this part of the coastline with a 4-storey block of flats. I would ask you to reject this application should the applicant decide to appeal. This will allow a planning inspector to consider the application thoroughly, having regard to the planning history of the site, including departure from policies to correctly protect the coastline. Thank you. I now have one statement in support, and this is from the agent for the applicant, Peter Lamb of Savills, and he writes, Councillors, we are very pleased that you will be given the opportunity to approve this application today, making the culmination of nearly 3 years of work with your officers and others. This project was subject to extensive pre-application discussions with the council and community from 2018. The site is currently vacant, with the empty buildings attracting vandalism and antisocial behaviour. A previous appeal decision established the principle of residential development, and we developed more detailed plans guided by the council towards the current approach of an Art Deco style block of flats to create a landmark building, a sense of place and contemporary houses. This is a relatively sheltered site, but offering stunning southerly aspect to Christchurch Bay. This calls for a high quality bespoke design. Your local policy HE2 states, the design of development must be of high quality, reflecting and enhancing areas of recognised local distinctiveness, and that development will be permitted if it is compatible with or improves its surroundings. This is undoubtedly a design of high quality. Styles and materials create a coherent character, complementing the coastal setting, respecting the character and appearance of the area, and enhancing local distinctiveness. The scheme will deliver biodiversity net gain, and a financial contribution will help fund the management and maintenance of the adjacent nature reserve for future generations. The use of smart glazing, automatically preventing light spillage from certain properties, provides an innovative but deliverable solution protecting nature and the amenities of future residents. Trees to the margins of the site would be retained, affording screening of the site. Species of replacement trees proposed are suitable for a cliff-top environment and will grow into mature trees over time. On balance, the loss of some trees is necessary in order to accommodate development. The mix of new homes is appropriate to the site and the character of the wider area. 9 3-bed and 4-bed houses and 17 apartments will contribute to a balanced housing market in the urban area. This development will secure 7 new affordable homes, 2 3-bedroom houses and 5 2-bedroom flats built by us on 280 Leamington Road, Highcliffe, and then managed and maintained by a housing provider. This has been agreed with the housing team. Overall, our development accords with relevant local and national planning policy, given the council cannot demonstrate a deliverable supply of homes and the tilted balance operates in favour of sustainable development and for the approval of this application. Whilst we do not agree with your officer that this is such a finely balanced case, having worked with the council for several years on this scheme, we welcome the recommendation to grant permission to regenerate this brownfield site. And I believe that we have Ward Councillor Leslie Debman with us to read her statement.
Thank you, Mr. Harrod. We do indeed have Councillor Leslie Debman here with us this afternoon. Councillor Debman, would you like to speak, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm very glad to be here. If I can just make my few points, I'll be very brief because I think you've heard a lot of very good points from other people. So we're talking about a site on the cliff top at Friars Cliff. It's an area of great beauty and it's really treasured locally. The site's in a really prominent position. It's visible both from the cliff, obviously, and from the beach. And all the houses in the area are long established. They're set back from the cliff top. And they're each of a similar nature in terms of style and size. They're in their own grounds. And as you've heard, the site is alongside our nature reserve. That's home to a lot of diverse fauna and flora and known locally for its variety of bats. This will be affected by these buildings' climate and the light pollution, which will affect the habitat, despite any attempt at mitigation, which will also have to be monitored throughout the period. And I feel that for officers to say an impact is acceptable is actually to accept that there is an impact. On the cliff top itself, it's very important geologically. It runs across the coast into Hampshire. It's already suffered erosion and crumbling, as you might expect throughout the years. The present dwellings are set back far enough to prevent too much concern that they might be threatened, but the geology of this area, as I think you saw from one of the slides, is certainly not such as to support more dense buildings. And to put more houses here does seem to be an added burden on this cliff, and anything larger would certainly be a step too far. And this is my main point, which I want to make to the committee. This application before you today is not only for the houses, which we had seen, but also for this very large block of flats as well. I'm not going to say much about the houses that have been applied for. I think they're in size, scale and density not in tune with the area. They're stark and they're inappropriate in character and design and materials, and access is challenging. So for this reason alone, I would be supporting the objections of the residents. But I've stressed all these points about the area, and most of which have been made already. And I hope it's clear to the committee that to also apply to put a 4-storey block of flats on such a sensitive spot is going too far. This structure is visually intrusive, very much out of character for the area, and the insertion into this beautiful area of a very large, very high building, whether or not it's an attempt at Art Deco, it's in the most prominent part of this sensitive site, and to me, it makes this application unacceptable. Unacceptable actually both on policy grounds, and you've heard of all the planning policies being given to you, but it also is aesthetically displeasing. You've heard all the other bodies making their objections, and the report before you states at point 91, this will be a finely balanced decision. However, I suggest that rather than it being finely balanced, I think it's a decision which is very obvious. And I hope that the committee will agree with me that we should refuse, or I'm sorry, Chairman, not we, you. I'm not putting myself on the committee. I hope the committee will agree with me that this application as it stands should be refused. Thank you, Chairman. I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity to speak up for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. You'll be welcome to join the planning board at any time you decided you wish to.
Oh, I might hold you to that.
OK, thank you very much for that. Mr. Hodges, is there anything that you would like to come back on, please?
Yeah, just a point of clarity for members as part of the debate. During the applicant's statement there, you saw a number of visuals which were put up on the screen. Those have not formed part of the applicant's submission to date, and the first time I saw them was earlier this week. So those have not been in the public domain. They've not been published on our website. So we do urge members to make their decisions based on the plans within the agenda, and not to have their decisions influenced in a positive or negative way by those particular visuals, but please continue to determine the application on the information that has been publicly available and available for scrutiny. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Hodges. I'd like to echo those comments, please, to members of the board. If we could stick to that, would be absolute. Members, over to yourselves. And my first one is Councillor Paul Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions to start with then, please. So the there was an approved application, one on appeal in 2014 for 26 houses, 2-storey houses, modest in keeping with the area. So a couple of questions. So the developers held public consultations over the last couple of years, or 5 years maybe now, and residents have always understood that flats would never be supported in this prominent location. So if your officer could just give some guidance where the pre-app guidance mentioned in section 37 relating to a prominent building and some modern looking houses came from. And the other aspect, again referring back to the inspector's comments when he approved the outline for 26 houses on the site, he was obviously, we've seen the tree officer is against the proposal because so many trees are being removed, and we see from the pictures in front of us that, and previously, so the existing MCA buildings are very well screened by bushes and hedges, where the proposal completely takes that away and it's just so open. But going back to the inspector's mention about the 10-metre buffer zone, in particular for the nature reserve, but also for the coastal, one of the objectors mentioned that it's taken up by gardens and behind the garages, which would be well lit. Could the officer just confirm that that is acceptable? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of my understanding of the appeal process, there were 2 appeals that the inspector considered at the time, and he rejected the inspector rejected an appeal for 35 units, but considered one for 26 was acceptable. Obviously, that set the position that in principle, the site was acceptable for residential development. But the reasons, my understanding, for the dismissal of the larger scheme were the potential impacts on the character of the area as a result. So we need to take a view on whether what is proposed now represents an acceptable form of residential development. We don't believe that the principle of redeveloping the site is at stake, but it's whether the applicant in this instance has ticked the right boxes. The applicant did have pre-app advice from the local authority back in the time of the Christchurch Borough Council, the East Dorset Partnership days, where they were guided towards this particular solution by the Major Projects Officer at the time. So my understanding of, in terms of the principle of flats, my understanding of the inspector's conclusions is that their decision does not rule that out. And anyway, we need to look at the application on its merits. Do we, at 2021, is this an acceptable form of development? We acknowledge there's obviously some impacts in such a substantial building and its proximity to the coast, and which is why we set out in the report the reasoning for where we're coming from. Now, you did ask Councillor Hilliard, I believe, about the dark corridor and the requirements set out by the inspector before. Mr. Martin, the council's ecologist, is also on the call because of the particular nature of the discussions that have happened over the potential impacts on the development adjoining the local nature reserve. I think any technical questions on that will probably be best answered by Mr. Martin. So, Chairman, I think it may be appropriate at this point to bring Jez Martin in to maybe pick up on those issues.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Yes, Mr. Martin, would you like to join in the debate, please?
as originally presented, we did have issues with the effect of the lighting from this development to Bat generally, and also onto Steamer Point Nature Reserve, and with a series of discussions with the applicants and their consultants, they came up with a lighting strategy and solution to give a dark corridor. The main issue is on the eastern boundary, where it goes from the site to Steamer Point Nature Reserve, and this producing a light level of 0.2 to 0.4 lux. For indication, 1 lux is about the light you get from a full moon. So with the lighting policy strategy they have proposed for this development, using smart glass limiting lighting, and where these bollards that they would be of appropriate design, that this 10-metre dark corridor can be provided on the eastern boundary, whilst the southern boundary, again, there are issues with that. But we have to accept that there is already scope for bats to move away from any light. But again, the lighting on the southern boundary, the windows there, majority will have smart glass, which will reduce the amount of light produced from the property to affect bats. So eventually we withdrew our original objection to this on this issue of lighting affecting bats, because we think that what's being proposed, along with the appropriate monitoring, that what they as proposed produced in way of lighting levels will be actually supplied by the development, is appropriate and will not be a significant effect on bats. So in the report done for this application, you'll see that in paragraph 65 that we've removed our objections to that, and then it goes on to paragraph 66, quoting about the lighting assessment, the last version given in December 2020, which basically is acceptable on this point of the effect of lighting.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. That's really helpful. Thank you. I have a follow-up question to that, if I may, to either yourself or Mr. Hodges. Whilst we're obviously taking into consideration the bats with this particular smart lighting, how is this smart glass going to affect the residents living in the properties? I mean, are they going to be able to see out of this glass? Is it going to affect any views that they will have?
Potentially, yes. Obviously, from that point of view, that's beyond my sort of expertise from that, because obviously my remit is to look at what's coming out in relation to the bat. But yes, there may be, I think that it may be a possibility that they may have an adverse effect.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I appreciate your candour on that one. Councillor Hill, did you have anything further to come back on?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. My next speaker, I think, is Councillor Tony O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, two questions at this stage. Could the officer confirm, firstly, the distance between the east side of the apartments and Highcliffe Castle, because this does appear to be a substantial area of dense woodland between the two, and that's in consideration of the bats might move, or some of them might move slightly to the east. And the other one is Friars Cliff and Muddyford, which is not too distant from this development, are both areas where there's been substantial development of either existing buildings or the replacement with new contemporary buildings, many of those being 3 stories high. And indeed, the Planning Committee recently approved a 3-storey apartment development on the corner of Muddyford. I note that in this development, the 4th storey is set back. Could the officer comment on the setting back of that 4th storey and how that might affect or not affect the view? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hodges.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Whilst Councillor O'Neill was making his point, I've just been looking at them. If I've understood it correctly, the distance from the site or the proposed block of flats to Highcliffe Castle itself, the Grade 1 listed building, is around about 600 odd metres. And as noted, there's this intervening substantial tree belt, which is the the nature reserve. In terms of the setback, the best way to try and indicate that is to show you, if I go the right direction on the presentation, is on this elevation. Yeah, just to say, this is the west, not the east elevation. So this would be the southerly end of the building. So you would have 1, 2, 3 stories here, balconies projecting to the front, and then you've got this 4th floor recessed a little bit back in, and then you can see a little bit in it's both set back in from the front and also from the side, which hopefully you can kind of perceive on the south elevation here. So there is a degree of setback in that, and then behind you've got this lift shaft, which naturally sticks up a little bit higher as well, and it's important to obviously recognize that that element is taller again. Hopefully that answers Councillor O'Neill's questions, Chair.
Yes, it does at this stage. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Peter Hall, I know that you have several questions. Would you like to come forward with some of those now, please?
Yes, please, Chairman. If I may, hang on. Get unmuted.
Okay, you're fine. Carry on.
Right. The first question is, I note on page 1 of the report recommendations that 4 matters are to be delegated to the head of planning for decision making. These are affordable housing, heathland mitigation, ecological mitigation contributions. These are matters on which this committee normally makes decisions and the planning officer improvements. What are the reasons for normal procedure changing on this item, please?
Thank you, Councillor Hall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is to delegate to the head of planning to secure the matters set out in the recommendation as heads of terms to put into an agreement. So this would be the usual approach where those matters haven't been secured by a legal agreement to date. So our recommendation for approval is dependent on us securing those benefits. So without the affordable housing, without the biodiversity mitigation, without the heathlands mitigation, the scheme would be unacceptable. The usual approaches and reflected in, for example, the item this morning would be that if the committee were minded to accept the recommendation, that we delegate the application to the head of planning so we can secure those benefits in order to make the impacts of the development acceptable. Hope that makes sense.
And just to clarify on that, if those were not met, then Councillor Hall, then this applicant will notice if those terms weren't met after a specific time period. Is that correct, Mr. Hodges?
Absolutely, Chairman. Yes, grateful for that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hall.
Yes, thank you very much. Question 2. Item 77, it states the council will fund HIP Heathlands Improvement Provision via CIL, but the strategic access management and monitoring to be paid for by the developer. In previous cases in Christchurch, Rees Street and the police station, the developers have paid both contributions. Why has this changed and the funding to be via CIL?
Mr. Hodges.
Yes, thank you. So the difference between this site and the sites referred to by Councillor Hall is that it's a smaller site. So in the legacy Christchurch Community Infrastructure Levy, there's a trigger for 40 units and above. On the sites at 40 units and above, they become exempt from CIL, but then they're required to provide bespoke measures in terms of either suitable alternative natural green space provision, SANG, or heathland infrastructure projects, which is what the approach was for the Reed Steel and the police station sites. So it arises as a result of this being a smaller scheme whereby the contributions would be picked up through the community infrastructure levy to pay for the heathland mitigation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodges. Third question has been answered. So question 4, at the proposed planning condition 12 and 13, there's mention of redimensionation, identifying a preliminary risk of assessment of potential contamination. Nowhere in the officer's report is there any mention of site contamination. The BCP Environmental Health Department have twice been contacted and have not replied. I wonder if you could give me an answer to why, Mr. Hodges, please.
Mr. Hodges?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So my understanding is the local authority has an obligation to maintain a contaminated land register and keep that publicly available. That's all that information about contaminated sites within BCP is contained on our systems, and so when an application comes in, we're able to see if it lies on a site that's contaminated, where we have a contaminated land record, or it's within a consultation zone around a site which is contaminated, because depending on the seriousness of the contamination, we may need to throw a wider area of consultation around a site. So in this particular instance, we don't have any records of contaminated land on the site itself or a consultation zone on a nearby site. Nonetheless, we did consult with the Environmental Health Department and as part of our due diligence. In this instance, we haven't received any further comments, which most likely reflects a lack of matters that affect their interest, i.e. in relation to contaminated land. However, again, applying due diligence, we do recommend if the committee approves the application that they adopt the contaminated land condition as proposed, to ensure that we are ticking that particular box and we have made best endeavours to ensure that if there are any records which are unexpectedly discovered, that we can mitigate those, and so any potential residents aren't put at unnecessary risk.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges.
A very precise answer, Mr. Hodges. My last question, Chair, if I may. On the latest report, you had the CEMP, and I can't see any report or any paperwork. Where is that, please?
Mr. Hodges?
Oh, apologies, Chairman. I do have a version of the construction environmental and management plan. And that was submitted as a result of the discussions with Mr. Martin and his colleagues in order that suitable safeguards are put into the scheme as part of the development phase. Now you'll see, I'm just going to take Chairman to the right part of the report where you'll see confirm their agreement for the construction environmental management plan, and that is let me get to the it is paragraph 67. So the advice given to us is that that plan is acceptable to your in-house experts on the ecology grounds. Off the top of my head, I can't check the system, see if that's not online. I would expect it to be online, but obviously we can make that publicly available. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges.
Mr. Chairman, that's my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Do I have anyone else wishing to speak at this time, please? I can't see any notifications.
I can see 2 hands up, one of which is mine. Oh,
Well,
3 now.
You may go first.
Thank you. I've got some questions, first of all, about the appeal and the approved plans on appeal. I tried to find them on the website and I couldn't locate them anywhere. What I wanted to see was a comparison of the footprint, particularly, and to see what had appeared acceptable to the planning inspector then. I assume these plans are no longer extant because it was many years ago, well beyond 3 years. So, but just for comparison, for the ground cover particularly.
And Chairman, yes, the reason they're not publicly available is in the nature of how those applications were logged electronically at the time. So all that's available on the website, I'm afraid, is the decision notice. I think the issue about where we are now is that obviously those applications had expired, so there's no fallback to those historic permissions. And so we need to look at this application afresh. We can find that over time the developable areas change, or what's acceptable, because the tree conditions may change, but obviously you do need to be aware of that you do have an objection from your tree officer in terms of the impacts on the scheme and the loss of trees from the site. So it's very much an on balance recommendation as previously set out, and in effect what we need to do is make an assessment on whether this scheme is sufficiently complying with those policies like HE2 and HE3 in the Christchurch East Dorset plan, to actually have an acceptable impact on the character of the area and the interests of trees within the site. So I don't have I think the short answer is I don't have an overlay to show Councillor Lepodoven, I'm afraid.
Okay, I've got a second question, if I may.
You may indeed.
Thank you very much. Looking through the report, I remember seeing a sort of reduction in energy standards, the 20% reduction that we tend to go for. These properties being on an exposed south-facing site should be absolutely ideal for solar panels at the very least. But I noticed the roofs, the pitched roofs on the three-storey houses are really facing the wrong way. They're facing east and west, not north and south. So what have I missed in the report, and what is the position?
Ms. Tolchin?
Yes, I mean, the relevant policy in the Christchurch local plan is policy ME4, and if I'm just looking at my online version of that. So that in effect looks for, so what it says is policy ME4, renewable energy provision for residential developments, provision of renewable, decentralised or low carbon energy will be encouraged in residential developments of 10 or more, so major developments. So we do not have a specific target. I note that, for instance, in some of the other legacy local plans, for example, the pool one, there's a much more specific requirement, and this is set very much more at the encouraging rather than the specific sort of levels. But certainly, if members felt that it would be appropriate to require measures which look to achieve a 10%, for example, requirement for renewable energy as part of the scheme, that would be a legitimate condition to impose, because that's within the scope of policy ME4.
Well, certainly, if we come to that, I would want to propose that condition. I would say 20% myself, but
Don't be greedy, Councillor Mary.
Why not? We ought to have 100%.
Councillor, just there is a reference to 10% in the policy, so 10% would be the best basis for making sure we're within the scope of the local plan and not overstepping our remit. Clearly,
with the climate emergency, we've got to be ambitious.
Yes, I absolutely agree, and it would be a policy that for a BCP-wide local plan we would want to see beefed up. Yes, definitely, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lepodoven. Councillor Stephen Bartlett, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to comment on the design. Actually, it obviously is sort of an exclusive type of development. The houses are quite well spaced out, and probably difficult to see where else this sort of development would actually fit in that particular area. So, unlike Councillor Dedman, I do actually find it aesthetically quite pleasing. But I do have a question, and it's about affordable housing. Now, the recommendation is, subject to securing affordable housing. The trouble is, where you have a decision which may well be very, very finely balanced, the deciding factor could be the benefit to the community, and one of those could be an affordable housing contribution. Now, so the question is, has the principle of a contribution towards affordable housing been agreed, and is there a sort of an indicative figure that we'd be looking at? Because, I mean, the recommendation itself to secure an agreement on affordable housing could, of course, mean that the viability assessment would show that it wasn't actually viable to make an affordable contribution, and that could form the basis of an agreement. So, you know, it is potentially possible not to secure any affordable housing contribution at all through the recommendation as it's currently tabled. So I'd just like to understand exactly, you know, what has been agreed basically on affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Mr. Hodges.
Yes, so there's a couple of strands to that, Chairman. To date, the applicant hasn't approached the local authority with a case for viability. So our position is, in the lack of any case that the scheme isn't sufficiently viable to provide affordable housing, that we will be looking for a policy compliant affordable housing. So it would be in line with what's stated in the local plan. And if members resolve to approve the application, if we reached a point where what was being offered as affordable housing was not policy compliant, i.e. it was below the level, we would need to return the application back to the committee, because, as Councillor Bartlett is correct, you know, the weight that may be attached to that could be different in the event that we weren't securing that contribution. The discussions that the applicant has had with our own housing officers has reached a sort of tacit in principle stage for an off-site contribution on the site in Lymington Row, which was referred to in the applicant's statement. And the reason why we don't have that in the report is because at this point in time, it's not per se a bricks and mortar solution to the off-site affordable housing contribution, ostensibly because it doesn't have planning permission yet. So it's an application we've got in, it's on the table, but we haven't approved it. So until such point that a permission for that came forward, we are looking in the recommendation to leave that open, just in case there, for whatever reason, that off-site contribution can't be delivered on that particular site. So we don't want to commit the committee to a particular scheme, although it would appear likely that was where we could get to. But as there's some question marks over that, that's the reason for leaving it slightly open at this time. But if at any point we reach the stage where in effect the applicant was contesting the viability, we would need to return the application back, because what we're saying to you is the recommendation is on the basis that we receive a fully policy compliant affordable housing contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, the basis that we would that it would secure a policy compliant contribution, then that's understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Anne Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is a difficult one, and at the moment my sympathies literally are going towards the objectors to this scheme. At appeal, the applicants got permission or an agreement for fewer than 30 properties. Was it 27 or 23? I've forgotten. But anyway, fewer than 30. We hear talk about a significant building. Now, this seems to me exactly the sort of thing that you hear architects and planners talking about, planning officers rather. And a significant building is generally required in a town centre location, at a destination point, etc. Well, this isn't a destination point. It's a location for 20 plus homes, similar to those adjacent, and that's why the previous lot were turned down, or complementary to those adjacent, not necessarily similar to. So I don't have too much of a problem on the design, but I certainly see no argument for a large block of flats. It's not likely to be seen from the beach in any event, although I'm not overly familiar with this particular spot, but it's set back from the cliff edge, obviously it has to be. And if the cliffs are more than 3 to 4 meters in height, which I suggest they probably are considerably, anybody standing below them on the promenade or on the beach will certainly not be getting a view of those blocks of flats. Maybe if you paddle out up to your armpits, possibly you could, and it will be visible from anybody on a boat of any shape or size further out into the water. But I personally see no argument for a block of flats in this location, which to me are incongruous in the area. They're out of context with the local neighbourhood, and therefore I find those particularly unacceptable, especially with the large parking area and the blocks of garages behind. So I don't see any argument or any value in a significant building at this point. Each home, of course, each resident needs to be attractive to the occupiers and to the neighbours who pass by. And here we're talking about special glass, not to spill too much light out onto the bats. In my previous home, I lived with bats. We had a lot of them, even in my garage roof, and some in the roof of the house too. But they're not a problem. But if they don't like the light and we have to have special glass, then there has to be a condition, not that the special glass remains for 5 years, but in perpetuity. And that outside lighting, because now I have neighbours who like to light up their gardens at night, and we have great areas where house frontages are lit up, where gardens are lit up. There needs to be, or there would need to be, a condition to limit other outside lighting that the residents might choose to introduce themselves. And on the 3-storey buildings that we had not the street scene we've got in front of us, we had another one just now. I don't know if we can go back to that. Yes, the bottom line there, the 3-storey buildings, second from the left at the bottom, looked to me like a mix between Art Deco and 1950s suburban semis. They don't look very imposing from here, and the simple low block of garages alongside are, I think, hardly attractive in the scenery. Presumably the top picture is the one that will face the beach, or is that the other way around? Could I have an answer to that? Which view faces the water?
Chairman, it's the top view that you're looking at now.
The top view faces the water. Thank you for that. Not inspiring, but I think this is a move to put that quart into the pint pot. There is a extant permission, I guess, for 20-something properties, and I think beyond that it's unacceptable. And I find the large block of flats really no excuse for that at all. There are 17, I believe, apartments proposed there. They don't add, to me, anything to the street scene, because in effect they're at the end of the street anyway. There's no large public view of thousands of people passing by every day. Yes, they will be visible when you're out on the water or if you're coming in from your swim, but as a significant building, it does absolutely nothing to float my boat. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Simon McCormick, please.
Thank you, Chair. Most of my questions that I'd written down have actually been asked and answered. So I've got one thing just to note, and one very, very small question. Councillor Hall's point about these conditions that are, I have the same opinion as him. I think there's too many question marks over those, and I'd like to see some more certainty over that before a decision's made, if I'm honest with you. And the other very small question, just for David Hodges, has BCP Waste Team consulted on this? Because under consultations, I was under the opinion that the Waste Team would be consulted on these sort of applications and commenting on them in regards to bin stores and things. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McCormick. Mr. Hodges.
Yes, Chair. I think due to actually the length of time the application's been in, it predates the formation of BCP potentially. I'd have to check back on the date. I think within because of the nature of this particular scheme and the space around in the layout, I can't foresee any particular difficulties with servicing up to BCP standards or a private contractor standards. You'll see, I don't know if you can just about, there's a sort of, in effect, a turning area indicated in here, which is shown in blue dots, which would allow potentially a large vehicle to turn in and out of site and therefore service the refuse details on here. So I think that it's often a problem with tight urban sites. This is set out a bit more spaciously, whereby we would normally expect the applicant to be able to meet a BCP standards or for a private delivery if necessary. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Are you happy with that, Councillor McCormack?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, my next speaker, please, is Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Chairman. As ward councillor, I know residents accept that this site will be developed, and they've welcomed the consultation process through the developer, but they haven't appreciated when the flats were approved, were put forward, and they've always objected to that. As fellow members, when you're visiting the site, and you can see to an extent on the picture in front of us that there is a slight gradient up towards the Steamer Point Nature Reserve, and with the removal of the trees, in particular the flats, but also the three-storey buildings, will be more prominent, because in effect the street scene is the pathway up to the Steamer Point Nature Reserve. So for that basis, I would like to propose refusal of this application on the basis of scale and mass, and not in keeping with the location, and also tying in that the proposal detract from the visual dominance of the cliffs being subservient to them. It is a nature part, and yeah, these buildings are too bulky. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor.
Happy. Yeah.
One at a time, guys, please. Sorry, was that Madison or Councillor Simon?
Happy to second that, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Would you like to speak on that? Those that wish to speak first, Councillor McCormack?
I don't wish to speak, no.
Thank you very much. In that case, we'll move on to Councillor Tony O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to make the following comments. I mean, I know this area and walk my dog in the woods, well versed in the area and its developments. I guess I'd make the following observations. Firstly, the MCA training, as it is at the moment, is situated with extremely large buildings, including an immersion centre. It was once a very active site, but has fallen into disuse, and unfortunately that's actually led to unauthorised access and egress and the police turning up on a number of occasions. So a large site with large buildings worthy of development. It is not part of the nature reserve. It has always been, for many years, an active training site. The proposed development itself is rightly high quality. It's an Art Deco style development, and I don't think we should lose sight that the quality of the buildings are not dissimilar to those that could be found on the seafront at Friars Cliff, or indeed immediately around and adjacent to the Harbour Hotel. The apartments, importantly, do not have significant impact on Highcliffe Woods, I believe. They certainly don't restrict the access to the nature reserve and woods. And indeed, there is 600 metres of woodland between the apartments, or the proposed apartments, and Highcliffe Castle. The other thing that I would highlight is access to and from the site will not dramatically affect traffic flow. Indeed, for many months of the year, traffic is reasonably light. It is only in the summer months there tends to be an uplift, mainly with day or weekend visitors using the car park immediately behind the proposed development, or indeed another car park not too distant in the same area. In terms of the apartments themselves as part of this development, I actually do believe they're well sited. I think they've been well considered in their design, and indeed they are designed in such a way to maximise site accommodation without detriment to the surroundings. So I will be supporting this development. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Steve Barron, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm a bit of an Art Deco fan, so visually I like them, but I don't like that design in this position. The sheer massing is completely out of keeping for the area. If it was an application on the West Cliff in Bournemouth, for instance, I'd be looking at it very differently, as there's already high dwellings there. I also very much respect the tree officer's views on this and completely agree that the removal of significant number of trees is not acceptable in this location. I also strongly agree with the tree officer when he's aware that the harsh environment there with the salt spray is going to be very problematic to get the replacement trees established. And we all know that it's okay putting conditions in, but 10, 15 years down the line, tree officers change, things get forgotten, and before you know it, the trees have died and no one's actually kept an eye on them. So with these concerns, I'm going to be supporting the move to refuse. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I actually have to agree with Councillor O'Neill on this one. I think the design is really good looking. I think that whilst it isn't at all similar to the local to the nearby developments, I think that with the way the access and egress to the site is situated, I think it's separated enough from the other nearby developments that it is almost self-contained, and therefore I don't think there's an argument for not in keeping with the local aesthetic. I think that the block of flats is situated perfectly within the site, far enough away from the cliffs that it doesn't overlook the beach and that you can't see it from the seafront at the bottom of the cliffs, and far enough away from the development to the north that it will be hidden and won't have a detrimental effect to the local residents. And I think it's an excellent use of a brownfield site. The only thing that I would say is to agree with Councillor Bartlett as well, that for me the obtaining of policy compliant affordable housing is vital to this, and I would look at it very differently if that were not to be obtained, because I think with a development like this that is so touch and go in terms of the policies regarding the local nature, I think that is absolutely necessary. But I certainly would not be supporting the move to reject this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor McCormack.
Oh, I didn't have my hand raised.
Sorry, it was still raised. Councillor Simon Bull, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just trying to get my video on. There we go. Yes, I'm very much in agreement with Councillor Barron on this. The removal of the trees is unacceptable. As we know, a mature tree is much more beneficial than a growing tree, a sapling or a young tree, and it'll take years to get there if it ever gets there, as he pointed out. I'm not particularly happy with the bulk of the building, the block of flats, and its proximity to the nature site. I do agree, if the decision is to give it permission, with Councillor Lepedovin, that we should have a condition on at least 10% sustainable energy, renewable energy, sorry, And my one question was, with the light pollution around the garages, is that a significant light pollution? Presumably they will have to be lit either at all times or on timed switches, which obviously will be triggered by all sorts of wildlife that we're going to get in that area, so they may as well be on full time. Is that light pollution there significant? I'd like to ask that to Jez, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Hodges, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. It's probably best Mr. Martin tackles that particular question for Councillor Bull.
Yep, Mr. Martin.
Yes, Councillor Bull. With the lighting plan they've put forward, there is issues about car parking, but that's being addressed by low-level bollards, so keeps the light pollution at a low height, physically at low height. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hodges, I just have one other question. We were talking about the glass for some of the properties. What would be the views for those properties? What would they be looking out onto, or in this case, possibly not looking out onto because they won't be able to see through the glass?
Yes, I'm going to give you sort of my understanding, and Mr. Martin may be able to provide a little bit more clarity. But because of the sensitivity of the site, what my understanding is, it affects these openings on the eastern side and on the southern side, and also in these houses here. So my understanding is because this is part of the foraging area for the bats, that the potential light pollution from brightly lit residential dwellings could have a significant impact. So it seeks, in effect, to reduce that light out. But there is potential impacts, and I believe this is the point already made previously made by Mr. Martin about what was a southerly looking aspect from a sea view from the properties out over onto the cliff tops and towards the sea. Chair, I don't know if Jez, if you would like to add anything more to
lounge windows, Mr. Hodges, or are they bedroom windows, or do we know which rooms those windows would serve?
They are principal living spaces, as you might expect, Chairman, because and would be the key selling points to anyone looking for those properties. Clearly the scheme hasn't been designed to arrange sort of ensuite toilet windows along the southern frontage with an uninterrupted sea view.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. So, members, we have a move made by Councillor Hilliard. Before we go to the vote on this, I wonder, Councillor Hilliard, if you could just clarify for Mr. Hodges, what are your policy reasons for refusal, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so going back to a relevant policy, so it is about, in particular, the scale and mass. So HE2 is about design of new development. LN1 is about size and type of new dwellings. LN2 is about design, layout and density. And also there was ENV9 was about the coastal protection area, about the look and feel of that particular prominent area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Are you happy with those, Hodges?
Just a couple of matters for clarity. Thank you, Chair. With Councillor Hilliard, particularly, I think the reason for refusal turns on policy HE2, and that refers to development to be of high quality and to reflect and enhance local distinctiveness, and must be compatible with or improve its surroundings in terms of matters such as its bulk, high impact, and for me, those are the matters that I were picking up. Would that be a fair assessment, Councillor Hilliard?
Yes, for you, Chairman. Yeah, that's spot on. Thank you.
And but also, I just wanted to clarify. Obviously, we've had references to the impact on trees, and you do have objection obviously from your tree officer on that matter, and that would be also a matter covered by policy HE2, because that requires development to have an acceptable relationship to mature trees, but also policy HE3, and which requires that development needs to protect and enhance the landscape character of an area. So could I just ask for clarity if we are looking at a tree reason for refusal as well, Chairman?
I think we are, Mr. Rogers, please. I think it's important that we add that, and I'd also for future occupants, because certainly if it was me, having a property there that I can't see out of the main focal point and main reason for buying a property, I really wouldn't see the point in buying one if I can't see out the windows. So as well as looking after the bats, I think we also have a responsibility to make sure that any residents have adequate amenities as well, and I don't feel that that would be so on this development.
Thank you, Chair. Now that's understood, and that would be also a potential relevant reason for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hall, you have your hand raised. Would you like to come in, please?
Please, Chairman. I wanted to second this originally, but also it's important we've got all these policies that are against it, and also the fact that under the cliff for many years used to be a freshwater pond there, and that was due mainly from the water coming off the lakes that are in the area, and really it's important that we keep trees, and to lose all those trees is just not acceptable. Plus the fact that the 4-storey building is completely out of character with that local area. I've known the area for many, many years, swam in that area for a lot, and in the freshwater pool that was there. And if you notice that Christchurch Council spent many thousands of pounds over the years protecting the cliff. And if you look the other side, which is under the new forest, it hasn't protected it, and it's lost a hell of a lot of erosion taken place. So I will certainly support refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to refer to the trees as possibly an additional reason for refusal, because I believe the removal of so many mature trees is not only likely to make the cliffs unstable, but it also will significantly adversely impact on the ability of the bats to forage. And as I told you, I'm very familiar with bats. We had so many at my other house. When my daughters went out into the drive to play with the shuttlecock, they couldn't do it because the bats used to come down and swoop around the shuttlecock, and they were always afraid of hitting a bat rather than the shuttlecock. So if there are a significant number of bats in this area with a big clear sweep of those trees, I'm afraid they will all be moving home or adversely impacted anyway. Thank you.
Councillor Stribley, you'll have noted that that actually was included with the reasons for refusal. Mr. Hodges has agreed to note that in those. So yes, we have a move to refuse this application, and it has been duly seconded. With that in mind, I will go to the vote. If you are voting in favour of the refusal, please say for.
Chairman, can I just interject? Sorry.
Yes, please do, Councillor McCormack. Oh, sorry, Mr. Gould.
Thanks, Chairman. Sorry for interrupting like that, but
no problem.
Just to clarify with members, obviously you've run through the reasons for refusal with Mr. Hodges and relevant policies, but just for absolute clarity in the record, members would also obviously need to pick up in a refusal reason policies relating to the Heathlands contributions, and I'll look to Mr. Hodges to nod, and around affordable housing as well, I think. So that would be ME2 and the appropriate affordable housing policy.
Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Hodges has got that, but I agree with you, Mr. Gould. That's essential they go in as well.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. So, members, if you are voting for the refusal, say for. If you are voting against it, please say against. Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
For.
Councillor Norman Decent.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Hall.
Just a sec. 4.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard?
4.
Councillor Johnson?
Against.
Councillor Lepedovin?
4.
Councillor O'Neill?
Against.
Councillor Stribley?
4.
Thank you. Mr. Harrod, could we have the numbers, please?
Yes, Chairman. I don't believe I heard a vote from yourself.
I was 4. Sorry.
Okay. In that case, Chairman, members, I have 11 votes for and 4 against.
Thank you very much. Therefore, that application is refused. Thank you very much for everyone that's contributed to that. Thank you for Councillor Deadman for your words, and thank you, Mr. Hodges, for your presentation. We will now move on.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 6D, which is the Liston Hotel in Bournemouth. Mr. Burridge, you're presenting this one. Would you like to get your screen ready, please?
Good afternoon. Right. Can we see that okay?
We can. Thank you, Mr. Burridge.
Okay, thank you. On my microphone on. So this application relates to the Liston Hotel on Woolston-Stonecraft Road, Boscombe. The application seeks outline planning permission for the demolition of the existing hotel and its replacement with a block of flats comprising 24 units. The application seeks planning permission in respect of access, layout and scale, so the appearance of the building and landscaping are reserved matters. The site location, this is the application site. The site is 0.21 hectares. You'll see that it fronts Woolston-Stonecraft Road along its eastern boundary, and it fronts Boscombe Cliff Road along the southern boundary. The site is within close proximity of the cliff top and Boscombe Pier. If you look at this plan, it shows the existing building, and that highlights the setback position of the existing building, which is pulled in from both road boundaries. An aerial view of the existing hotel. The main hotel building is the square in the middle. The building does have ancillary extensions to the structure, which have been added at a later date. But you'll also see in this picture the area of amenity and landscaping, which is retained to the front of the building, and how the existing building is set back from those either side when looking along the Boscombe Cliff Road frontage. These are views of the hotel from Boscombe Cliff Road. The hotel is a 3-storey building. As you'll see, the site is well treed. There are 8 TPO trees aligning the site boundaries, and these provide good screenings in summer months. This is the front of the hotel. The hotel is accessed from Woolston-Stonecraft Road. So these are a couple of pictures of the main entrance to the hotel. But probably more helpful are these pictures, which were obviously taken in the winter months, and better show the existing building. You'll note that the existing building has been subject to alterations and extensions, quite unsympathetic in part, and on this basis there's no objection to the loss of the existing building. There also isn't an objection to the loss of the hotel use. The application has been assessed by the council's tourism officers. Viability information has been put forward, as has marketing information, and they are happy with the application, although they do comment that they wouldn't want to see an application from an HMO use on the site. The application site is in close proximity to the Boscombe Manor Conservation Area boundary, which is a designated heritage asset. This plan, with the hotel in the middle with the eye on it, shows the proximity of the conservation area. It adjoins the rear site boundary of the application site, and it also encompasses the wider area. You'll note that the conservation area boundary has been drawn deliberately to exclude the application site, the flats on either side, and also the flatted developments opposite on the south side of Boscombe Cliff Road. However, it does include all of the buildings behind the application site on Woolston Stonecraft Road. Looking at the buildings on Woolston Stonecraft Road, we see that they are generally 2 and 3 story height buildings, typically with accommodation contained at the roof in the roof level at 3rd floor. They are all of a domestic scale and with pitched roofs. They're set back from the road frontage and do have sort of a general area of spaciousness. And these buildings do form the backdrop to the application site when viewed looking in a northerly direction. The street scene along Boscombe Cliff Road is quite different. You'll see that it comprises of more recent flatted development. However, these developments also benefit from a relatively spacious setting. You'll see that they're also set back from the road. And development of the application site does need to be respectful of both street scenes, but in this instance we felt that the Woolston Stonecraft Road, the development on this site should look towards the Woolston Stonecraft Road buildings rather than trying to seek justification having regard to the larger buildings on the Boscombe Cliff Road street scene. The applicant's suggestion that the application site is a transition site is not agreed with. Turning our attention to the proposal, this is the site layout plan. You'll see that an L-shaped building is proposed with a large area of car parking to the rear of the building. This pushes the building forward towards both road frontages. The pink line on the plan is the outline of the existing building, so you'll see that the building comes considerably further forward, particularly in a southerly direction. You'll also note that the design includes a large undercroft, which would cover spaces 7 to 14, and also slightly to the rear of the building. You'll also note that the application would involve a significant loss of soft landscaping and amenity space to the front, and that the only access to the building would be via the road access on the Woolston Stonecraft Road frontage. The applicants have looked towards having an Art Deco design approach. As noted, the appearance is a reserved matter. But these plans have been put forward, which are considered to give a relatively accurate representation as to what the building might look like. So in contrast to the existing 3-story building, a 5-story building is proposed. This dictates significantly compressed floor to ceiling heights, which would not be reflective of the surrounding conservation area. It is on this basis, having regard to the building as a whole, it is judged to be overscale and too much development. This would result in harm, in the officer's opinion, and this harm would be evidenced by the proximity of the building to the site boundaries, the significantly increased massing of the building, going from a 3-story to a 5-story structure, the loss of much of the outdoor amenity space and landscaping, and the introduction of a large car park, inclusive of the uncharacteristic undercroft parking. In officer's opinion, the proposal would dominate its corner setting and it would fail to preserve the setting of a designated heritage asset comprising the conservation area. These are the proposed floor plans. You'll see that the proposal would accommodate 2 one-bedroom units, 16 two-bedroom units, and 6 three-bedroom units. This unit mix would not accord with BAP 6 of the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan, which looks for 50% three-bedroom units, 40% two-bedroom units, and 10% one-bedroom units. The number of units proposed would also provide a density of 113 dwellings per hectare. This would not accord with BAP 1 of the neighbourhood plan, which seeks to resist the densities which are over 100 dwellings per hectare. And this is considered to further highlight the amount of development that is proposed. This amount of development is also adjudged to have a harmful impact on the occupiers of 17 Boscombe Cliff Road due to the impressive and overbearing impact and having regard to issues of overlooking. So the application does have merit insofar as the fact it will provide new units of accommodation, but harm has been identified, and particularly having regard to the impact on a designated heritage asset. Officers have sought to negotiate with the applicant to try and come to a scheme which might be acceptable, particularly having regard to the fact that the loss of the existing hotel building is accepted, but we have not been able to come to an acceptable scheme, and the applicant has asked that this current proposals be put forward to the Planning Committee for consideration. So it's presented to you, Chairman, for recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burridge. Mr. Harrod, would you like to read out any statements, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. 2 in objection and 1 in support. So to start with the objections, number 1 is from Mr. Stuart Kirk, and he writes, "The consensus appears in favour of redevelopment, with which I concur. The substantially different scale and positioning of the proposed building leaves a number of well-founded concerns, hence this objection. Points raised in various original responses in early 2020 remain valid areas of concern, as May 2020 proposed amendments paid no real attention to these. This document is aiming to highlight the biggest issues, some issues covered by policies such as parking, overlooking. No obvious solution based upon existing design, which is a massive change to the eastern elevation over the current building. The overlooking should be reduced by redesign and the majority of flats facing southeast, similar to the quarter deck building close by. This may provide the new flats with more daylight and sunlight. Loss of light. The top 2 floors of the very substantial southern extension in front of the existing building line and south of the central core have a noticeable adverse impact upon daylight and sunlight to Cleasby Lodge and Ainsford Manor, particularly in the non-summer months. As sun and daylight are known to impact upon our mental well-being, a potential solution could be to remove the front units on the top 2 floors or have a stepped front elevation as the Liston. If the development appraisal requires 24 flats, then one solution is for a sixth floor north of the central core, which has minimal impact upon sun and daylight. Layout and density. CGI and elevational drawings highlight the huge repositioning and scale of the L-shaped design over the original building. The elevations imply ground floor units, but with an approximate 10-metre existing building, the ground floor flats must be basement level. The elevations show the northwest corner as ground level, but this makes no sense as 5 floors of the new build must be around 13 metres, and current building is approximately 10 metres. What is left of southern and eastern garden must be steeply sloping and limited amenity. This could be enhanced with resident roof garden on the redesigned front elevation above 3 with a sedum garden incorporated into the main roof. Design appearance materials. What an opportunity to have a high quality building to really enhance the area. The CGI suggests an external design from 100 years ago with lots of high maintenance painted areas. We know from the numerous 21st century rendered blocks close by that the visual appearance rapidly diminishes with discolouring and staining well above the planned costly maintenance programmes. There are some high quality, low maintenance, eco-friendly buildings along Boscombe Overcliff Drive from which could be drawn much improved materials and long lasting external finishes. This is a bigger opportunity than this proposal provides. So moving on to the second objection, this is from Richard Kells, and he writes, "Thank you for this opportunity to speak to members of the Planning Committee. My first point relates to the accuracy of the drawing supplied. The magenta dotted line on the street scenes drawing is meant to show the existing structure. However, errors have occurred at some stage and the outline shown does represent the present building shape. See photo below alongside the drawing. Architecture should be given the opportunity to review their drawings for accuracy, and members of the committee should be aware that whatever their decision, the plans in front of them are not as accurate as they could be. Secondly, natural light and sunlight are very important for the comfortable living, and existing size, position and layout of the present proposal will affect in surrounding properties. The need for a new building is welcome and needed, and I ask the committee to seek an alternative plan which reduces the loss of light and overshadowing. Currently, I would lose about an hour of useful low winter sun every day. The committee has an opportunity today to protect our daylight and sunlight. Thirdly, the plan before you would result in some of the 24 flats having no direct sun at any time of the year. A communal area along the south elevation above the first floor is one option that would allow an improved environment for all new and existing properties. This would allow a step design to be considered and even a sixth floor. Communal areas within the upper blocks of flats are common features of modern designs and have been proven to be invaluable during recent periods of lockdown restrictions. I ask the committee to consider the health and well-being of those living in the proposed building in our post-pandemic world. With a few design changes, the committee can enhance the built environment and provide an excellent quality of dwelling flats for the future residents. The committee can also protect and enhance the lives of those living in surrounding properties with my suggested changes. Thank you. And this is the representation in support from Steve Bainan, and he writes, "Good afternoon, committee. This outline application was submitted in December 2019. We received comments from the officer and consultees in April 2020, to which we specifically responded, and these are the amended plans before you. We have spent the last 11 months trying to ascertain from the planning department what more we could do to make the plans acceptable whilst maintaining their viability. Their only suggestion proffered in January this year would have resulted in a new building considerably smaller than the existing hotel. The result to date is that the officer has recommended refusal for 7 reasons. Unfortunately, these are all highly subjective, contradicted by his own consultees or not supported by facts. The first reason of excessive scale is incorrect. The proposed building has a footprint just 6.8% larger than the existing and almost exactly the same height. The reason the same height of building can accommodate 5 stories, there are currently 3, is down to the existing high floor to ceiling heights and the current roof form. The second is poor quality site layout. The proposed building uses an L shape to allow it to follow the roads upon which it is located. The shape allows more light into the building for occupiers whilst concealing the majority of parking to the rear and releasing 22% more land than currently exists for green amenity. The third is harmful impact on setting of conservation area. The officer proposes that 4 stories within the same overall height would be more appropriate with higher floor to ceiling heights. This hugely indulgent use of space would render the scheme unviable, but it does obviously indicate that the officer has no issue with the proposed overall height. The 4th and 5th reasons are inappropriate residential mix and excessive density. This refers to the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan, yet that very organisation has written in support of this proposal. Residential amenity is cited as the sixth reason for refusal. The building is no closer to its neighbour at 17 Boscombe Cliff Road than the existing. Furthermore, most of the rear of the proposed building is moved considerably further away from that boundary, creating a much more open and spacious relationship between the two. Lack of tree information is given as reason number 7. This is an extraordinary change when the council's own tree officer quotes raises no objection to these proposals. The scheme does not push the boundaries either physically or metaphorically. It is a considered, respectful scheme that creates a well-scaled building, mindful of its neighbours and the wider environment. It would be an enormous improvement to what is there currently, and the development will breathe new life into the locale. We therefore respectfully ask that the committee grant planning permission today. Thank you. And that's the last of the residents' objections. I believe that we have Councillor Jane Kelly to join us with her representation.
Mr. Harrick. Councillor Kelly, would you like to speak now, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I am very, very grateful to you and your panel that, to allow me to speak today. So as you will have seen from the Planning Officer report and the representations from the developers, which are very ably set out the reasons why we would ask you to allow this application, please. This application has been in the pipeline for a long time now. Many meetings and much correspondence has taken place, often with the applicant trying unsuccessfully to move forward through the process. I won't repeat all the comments that I made on the call-in form, but I would like to emphasise that the applicant has tried to comply with the requirements asked of them and has indeed reduced the size of the overall building and has moved it away from both of the surrounding roads so that it sits better on the site than in the original application. Members of the board, this is outline planning only. According to the paper before you from the Planning Officer, the issues to be considered are those of access, layout and scale. And I believe that the applicant has successfully addressed and mitigated those issues to produce this excellent design which will enhance the surrounding area. The proposed development will be sympathetic to its surroundings and be beneficial to the local area in terms of a new high quality building set within the existing tree planting. The site is very close to the coast, the shopping area and other local amenities. The proposed apartment block will attract purchases from both local postcodes and further afield, fitting in with our aims for the ongoing economic and public realm development for Boscombe, thanks to the achievement of funding from the Towns Fund, and enabling people to have further choice in where they can make their homes. The existing building has been unused for a long time now and is looking very tired. The owners have realised that it's not viable as hospitality accommodation, which has been agreed, as we've heard, by our tourism officers, and they have wished to retire for a long time. This is a proposal which will enable everyone to move forward and will transform this corner of my ward for the better. Therefore, members of the panel and Chairman, I respectfully request that you approve this application, please.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Mr. Burridge, is there anything that you have heard in any of the statements that you have heard that you wish to come back on?
Thank you, Chairman. Just to say that the application has been in the system for some time and we have sought to negotiate with the applicant to come to an acceptable agreement. They have made some changes, but you'll see on the plan in front of you that the changes were quite small scale and in no way addressed the various comments that had been raised by various officers. So that's why we're now at a stage where the application has been put forward with this recommendation for refusal. We have tried to come to a which would be an acceptable solution for both parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burridge. Over to members. Is there anyone wishing to start off the debate on this one, please, members? Councillor Simon Ball.
Chair, I just wanted to get an understanding of the Boscombe Folkestone neighbourhood plan. Carries weight now. It's been adopted, hasn't it? So we had to take that into consideration, and there seems to be some confusion as to whether they're supporting it, as it seems to go against the policies they've put in the plan. Can anybody clarify that a bit for me?
Mr. Burridge?
Thank you. Yes, the Boscombe Folkestone neighbourhood plan was adopted on the 5th of November 2019. So it is our most up-to-date plan that we have. In the representations which were received, the forum did put a comment forward to say that they were supporting the application, but notwithstanding that, it doesn't comply with the policies of this adopted plan.
Thank you, Mr. Burridge. Councillor Bull?
Thank you for that. No, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anstreet?
Thank you, Chairman. Could the officers please highlight where the refuse bins are likely to be and how they can be collected?
Mr. Burridge?
Thank you, Chairman. The refuse bins, if you're on screen at present, it is the white square at the top of the building next to the 2B, which is a 2-bed flat. The bin store is in that position there, so it's close to the entrance of the building.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Can you then tell me what the little black marks are to the bottom left of the plan?
That's the cycle store.
Oh, right.
So that they are the bikes, yes.
Yeah, super. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor Tony O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, could the officer confirm two things for me? To the new build, the proposed height or ceiling height in the rooms, and the second question is, there was mention of a loss of the landscaping at the building moving forward, or the build. Could you confirm how much has been actually lost? Thank you.
Mr. Hodges? Mr. Burridge?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, if I just refer to the elevations. In terms of the floor to ceiling height, I'm afraid I don't have the information to hand as to the exact floor to ceiling height, but you'll see on the plan that's in front of you, the pink dotted outline is the outline of the existing building. So that's accommodating a 3-storey structure, and we're now having a 5-storey structure in a similar height. So the lower floor you'll see is significantly lower, but I'm afraid I don't have precise details of the floor to ceiling height. On the second question, sorry, that was with regard to the loss. So I think the bottom left corner photo, that shows the area of landscaping that we have at the moment on the Boscombe Cliff Road frontage, and the building would step forward of the building which you see behind, the flatted white building behind. So there will be that area there. So if I just scroll back to the site layout plan, you'll see now that the building has come further forward. So that's the area we're talking about in terms of the loss of the amenity space to the front, and that area is currently used as sort of the garden to the hotel.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Burridge.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Marion Lepedevin, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to make sense of the site plan that's on the screen at the moment as to how people actually get in the building. Where's the door? Question one. And given that the only way off a road appears to be into the car parking area, I'm not clear how you, well, I suppose I better have the answer to question one first. Where's the door?
Okay, thank you.
And then there'll be a supplementary probably.
Yeah, the building fronts the Walthamstow Road, as does the hotel. So if you, I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but
yeah,
there's the 2B, the flat here, and there's also the flat here. So the white corridor here would be the entrance, and you have a pedestrian entrance alongside the road access, where you'd come in here and then go down the front of the building here to the entrance.
Right. Well, that does answer my question, because on this plan I couldn't see that path at all.
Okay, yeah.
And
So
I assumed you would have to go around the back of the building and through the car parking area and between parked cars, thinking the door might be on the rear of the building, but thank you.
no, there is a building on the front.
Yeah, the plan is not very clear on that.
It probably doesn't help by the small scale on the screen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions. So in the report, it seems like the tree officer removed his previous objection, but it still does seem to be on the basis that a plan will be forthcoming, but it still looks as though loads of trees and shrubs are proposed to be removed, if you can confirm that. And then the other thing, so we're looking for that, but obviously overlooking has been raised, in particular to number 17. So can the officer just confirm that he doesn't think the nature of a building that the developer will be able to get away from having windows in that area looking to 17 and other neighbours? Is that where he's thinking? Thank you.
Thank you. So the issues at which we are considering are the access layout and scale, and obviously they've shown us the layout of the building and the scale, but they're also telling us the applicant is proposing 24 units of accommodation. So if we were granting this application, if we granted planning permission, we'd have to be confident that 24 units could be accommodated on this site in the layout shown, and having regard to the scale of building proposed. So the plans do show the layout of where the flats are likely to be situated. And if I just go forward to the floor plan, see that some of the units are, the building would have an outlook to all sides, and that would be necessary to accommodate the number of units which are proposed. So on that basis, it would be reasonable to assume that there would be an outlook on all sides of the building, which would include towards number 17, where an objection has been raised in terms of that relationship. And in terms on the first point, in terms of the trees, there was an initial objection from the tree officer due to the proximity of the building to the trees. The applicant did change the plans and has stepped the building back slightly. You'll see that on this plan. That allowed the tree officer to remove his objection, but that was subject to updated arboricultural details just to support those plans. So it's just the case that we don't have those that information to hand. So the tree officer is comfortable that the development could be accommodated without harm to the trees, but we just need that extra information. So it's been necessary to add that as a refusal reason, because that information hasn't been submitted at this stage.
Okay, thank you for that, Jim. And on the basis of what I've seen and what we report, I'm happy to propose refusal as set out.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Hilliard. Do we have a seconder for that move, please?
I'll second that.
Yourself?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this application, please?
Yes, please, Chair. I have had my hand up for some time.
Yeah, I see you now, Councillor Bartlett. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could I just clarify with the officer how much higher this building is than the current structure?
Thank you. Well, sorry, I don't actually have a dimension that I can give you, but the plan does show that it is of slightly but similar height, but well, a comparable height, but it is slightly higher. The pink outline is the dotted outline of the existing building.
Okay, I'm having trouble with my pinks and purples, I think, but yeah, so it is effectively, I mean, it's basically the same height. I can see one little tiny bit that may be a bit higher, just a tiny bit.
Yeah. Sort of, yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's very, very similar. I probably wouldn't want to say it was any higher, actually. So if we're looking at outline permission here for access, well, the access seems to be okay from the road into the car park. The layout raises an objection in terms of overlooking, but as you say, the design is not yet finalised, but there's potential for overlooking. But when you look at the plan view or the site layout, the building is fairly well set back from the boundary from number 17, and in the kind of urban setup that we've got there, this is not unusual for those kind of separation distances. It's very difficult to substantiate, particularly when the design is not finalised, that you will have an objection about overlooking. I understand the point that there may be windows in there, but as you're well aware, there are mechanisms for overcoming issues regarding overlooking with unidirectional windows and all sorts of different things. But the very siting of this block with it, positioning of this development within the site would appear that it's fairly well away from there. So, you know, in terms of an outline planning application, looking at just the scale and its access and the layout seems to be appropriate within that particular site. I really cannot see any objection to it. And of course, the other thing we've got to look at is the benefits that it does provide for the area and for the contribution to housing. So, you know, I actually do think I would, and just a further thing on in terms of the trees, you know, we're being said there's no objection from the arboricultural officer, and in fact there's very few trees actually being lost because we've been told that those at the front and the side are being retained. So I personally don't think I have an issue with this development. I think I would probably welcome it. I'm also very conscious of the fact that it provides lots of parking, which means that, you know, if we delay this, it will be subject to the new SPD on parking, and would require very, very little parking, which would not help the area at all. So in my view, I think this application is fine, and so I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Is there anybody else wishing to speak at this time, please? If not, we haven't.
Yes, please, Chairman.
Yeah, Councillor.
Yeah, I did ask about the height of ceilings, and there seems to be a lack of detail. On one of the earlier pictures, you did show the hotel, and it was noticeable there were 3 floors, but there was then a service core on the roof. Has the height of this building been taken, or the new building floor structure, or the service core structure? Because I'm having difficulty in putting 5 floors into 3 if the 3rd floor is the comparable outline. If you had the picture, first one.
Sorry, yes, I realised what you're referring to. I was just referring back. Sorry, could you just bear with me a minute? I just want to check something, another detail that I've got to the side of me. I'm sorry. To be honest, I'm not too sure what the answer is, but I think it would be from the top, the service core of the building. So I believe that's the correct answer.
I'm a bit concerned about the lack of certainty, because it does make a fundamental difference if it's taken to the roof of the third floor or to the roof of the service core. I can understand the possibility of getting 5 into 4, but not 5 into 3, knowing this building.
Okay, well, yes, thank you. Well, are they, they've obviously the floor to ceiling heights are condensed, and probably with a lower footprint as well, a lower floor plan to the ground floor element. So that would help to facilitate that. Looking at the this plan, it does indicate where they've got the pink line, actually, that it's not including the service core element to the building.
Yeah. Chairman, I am concerned about things like the word probably and might be, particularly as this is quite a fundamental development of some significance, and the lack of that clarity of information requested means I would have to abstain from the vote, I think, on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. This time today, I find myself agreeing with Councillor Bartlett. I really struggle to see where the issue is on this one, in all honesty. I don't think the size is an issue, given its similarity in size to the existing building. I can't see any issues in terms of overlooking, given that it moves further away from any other property nearby than the previous building or than the current building is. I think that in situations like this, where there is an unviable business, or a business that wants to cease trading and move on, I think that it is always a good idea to replace that with a suitable development as quickly as possible. And in my eyes, that's exactly what this is doing. I think it speaks volumes that the local councillor is in favour. As we all know and all see all the time, the vast majority of local councillor call-ins are to speak against the application, and I think it speaks volumes that the locals all seem to be in favour of updating this particular plot with a good sustainable development. So, in my view, I think this should be approved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Borthwick, please. Councillor Borthwick.
Yes, yeah, I got it. I got an email here which says the proposal is for 4 properties. That's I've got an email here which that states that, so that clears that up. My only thing is, why could the officer tell me the age group of these people selling? Do they look if they business?
Councillor Borthwick.
Can you guess? Can I say
irrelevant? Thanks, Councillor Borthwick. All we know is they want to sell. Their age group is really not a concern for this planning board. Thank you.
All right, okay. But I support Jane, the ward councillor, because she has got a good eye for this, and I think it's going to improve the area if somebody else wants to take it over. Otherwise, you're just going to flog a dead horse for another year. So, as far as I'm concerned, I would support this to ensure that the property is developed to the benefit of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ball, I still have your hand raised on my screen. Are you wishing to speak?
Only just to come back and clarify, I'm happy to second the motion to refuse this application based on the local in breach of, and that's the most recent neighbourhood plan we have. So I stand by that and feel that we should refuse this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. I wonder if I might ask Mr. Gould to come in on something, please.
Hi, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Gould, we have Councillor O'Neill talking about his concern in the lack of clarity. Is there anything that you could say to him to help him on this with regards to the height, etc.? I can see on my screen that there is a red line along the top of the building, and I'm presuming that is the height building. I just wonder if there's anything in your role that you would like to add to that, please.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. I have been sort of looking in the background, you know, at the papers and the documents, trying to get an exact figure for you, but I haven't been able to do that. But I had just put my hand up, and I was hoping to come in, so hopefully I can aid members like Councillor O'Neill, and so that he feels sufficiently informed to be able to vote. Looking at the elevation on the screen at the moment, obviously we've got the pink line, which is the outline of the existing building. Now, just a couple of comments there. There's been some questions from Councillor O'Neill about not quite understanding how we can condense 3 stories into 5 stories. Mr. Burridge has given you know, a good answer, but if I could just expand on that slightly, I suspect it's a combination of a number of factors. Mr. Burridge mentioned the fact that, you know, the existing building is dated, it's historical, it would have been built at a time in heights. Certainly on the ground floor, given the fact that it was a hotel, so a community sort of civic style building, it's not uncommon to have more grandiose floor to ceiling heights on ground floor buildings, which are used by the public. So by obviously condensing that down, you buy yourself back a bit of space. In addition to that, at the top of the building, we've talked about the lift overrun area, the service. If you look closely at the plans, I suspect that actually the height of the proposed building is actually taking into account some of that height of that lift service quarter. But coming back to the bottom of the building, Chairman, if we look on the bottom image, which is the elevation that would present itself to Wollstonecraft Road, you can see there's a white rendered wall, and in behind that we can see that the ground floor is very much you know, is half hidden, shall we say, from street view. So it's possible that the image is slightly deceiving members, in the sense that the wall is effectively masking the levels of the site beyond the wall, or it's possible that the applicant proposes to excavate part of the site to lower the height of the building, which is not an uncommon approach when, you know, when they're trying to put in extra stories. I suspect it's a combination of all of those elements, Chairman. If I may, whilst I'm on, Councillor Bartlett raised the point about the height of the building being, you know, very comparable to the existing building. I would tend to agree. The only point I would make is that clearly the uppermost part of the existing building is the roof of the lift overrun. And if we look at the width of that, so the scale of that compared to the width of the elevation, for example, that would present itself to Wollstonecraft, whilst the height is comparable, the scale is very much different. And I think that's the point that Mr. Burridge is drawing out in his concerns in the report. And we know that scale as a definition talks about, you know, the length, the width, the bulk, the massing. To give you an extreme example, you know, you could have a building of the width as proposed, but you could have a church spire that is exactly the same height. Clearly, the church spire at its tip, at its point, will be significantly smaller in terms of its width, its length, its scale. So I think it's not so much about the overall height; it's also about the scale, Chairman. I hope that helps. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Appreciate that. Councillor Malcolm Davies, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that Mr. Gould is correct. Over the years, I've attended that hotel on various functions held there, and the rooms are seriously high. You know, far higher than what's built in the modern world. So I can understand that, you know, they have got that extra space, which would allow them to put those extra areas in. I think, you know, I agree with Councillor Bartlett as well. And one thing is that the parking, we have to remember that this is a really serious area for tourism. And in the season, right through the season, it's solid. And I've got to say that even on Saturday morning, the parking around it was quite solid from local residents, even with the pandemic that's going on. So I think, you know, in that respect, that if, you know, that with the parking that they're giving, it would be much better than if we go down the road when we know that parking won't be needed. So I think that's one of the most important things that we need to remember as well there. And to be truthful, I cannot see a reason why we can't approve this. So I would support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davies. So we have a move on the table, and that move at this moment in time is to refuse this application as recommendation. I will call each name out in turn, and if you could answer me with whether you are for that move or against that move, please. So, Councillor Simon McCormack.
For.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
Against.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
Against.
Councillor Norman Decent.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
And Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Simon Gold's comments were helpful. Against.
And Councillor Anne Stribley.
Sorry, against, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I am for that one on this instance. Mr. Harrod, could we have the numbers on the doors, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have 7 for and 8 against.
So that motion to refuse is lost. And therefore, I will ask if we have any further moves, please. If anyone is wishing to make a move, I must point out that you will need some reasons as why you are going against the officer's recommendations, please. Councillor Bartlett, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I move to grant the application.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Do I have a seconder for your move, please?
Mr. Chairman. I'll second it.
Who was that, sorry?
Councillor Borthwick.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick. Mr. Burridge, is there anything you'd like to come back on before we move on to a vote, please?
Thank you. Well, it'd be helpful to understand, perhaps with regard to the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan on that point, and also with regard to any conditions that might be wanted if the application were to be approved.
Thank you. I'll give Councillor Bartlett a few minutes to think about that, if I may. Hand raised.
Sorry, Chair, that was just to second, but Councillor Borthwick beat me to the punch there.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So, Councillor Bartlett, regarding the neighbourhood plan.
Yeah, this is. I can't speak on the neighbourhood plan. I think it is a little odd, actually, that having a newly approved neighbourhood plan, immediately the neighbourhood deviates from it. So, you know, it's an interesting point. But of course, the overriding policy is that the position taken by the planning board overall. So that has, at the end of the day, it does have the ability to deviate from that. But in terms of, and it's very unusual for me to be providing reasons as to why, you know, I'm looking to grant against an officer's decision. Normally it's the other way around, where we're having to provide policies to support our you know, recommendation to go to refusal application. But in this case, I think the issues for me are that it is simply that the layout, the access and the scale are acceptable, and that is what the outline permission is seeking, and at the moment, as I see it, those conditions are acceptable. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, Councillor Bartlett, is that you know, we are looking at reasons to go against the officer's recommendation, and was looking for reasons to say why we think it was wrong on various different things. If you think it's to do with the heritage, or then again the MPPF and the tilted balance, etc., might kick in. It would be easier if we could explain for that, for when the officer needs to possibly defend it at an appeal if it was to come to.
Well, all I can draw upon then is MPPF, which is the presumption in favour of development, unless a harm is actually being occurred, and I see very little harm at this outline stage of the development, and so there is a presumption in favour of development.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Mr. Burridge, are you able to work with that?
Yes. So I see Simon Gold's got his hand up. Could I just?
Yeah, Mr. Gold.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may, I think we did this exercise not so long ago at the last committee on Hinton Road application, where there was an officer recommendation to refuse, and the committee approved it. So what I'd like to do with your agreement, Chairman, is to aid Councillor Bartlett, who's put this move forward, is to go through the reasons stated in paragraph 91 of the report in the recommendation, and to summarise my understanding of the listening of the debate, and then how those people who find the scheme acceptable, to just gain my understanding. So first up was excessive scale. So we had a good debate around people's views on the scale of the building, and obviously that includes the height of it, the length of the elevations, the bulk, the massing. So those members that are seeking to overturn the officer's recommendation seem to be comfortable with the scale of the building in the context. So I feel the debate has picked that up, Chairman. And obviously, to try and link some policies to that, we would be looking at policies CS21 of the core strategy, CS41 of the core strategy, which is our townscape policy. And moving on to the next reason, we've got poor quality site layout. So that obviously picks up the footprint of the building and all the other ingredients of the development, such as the parking areas, the pathways, the landscaping, but bearing in mind obviously that landscaping is a reserved matter. So in terms of the footprint of the building, again, there was a debate around a view that the building is adequately set back from Boscombe Cliff Road, Wollstonecraft Road. So again, that would link to CS21 of the core strategy and CS41. There's also a reason for refusal around inappropriate residential mix. I'll be honest, Chairman, I've not heard too much discussion around the actual types of units that would be provided. So I would be grateful if those that are putting the move forward would set out the reasons why they feel that mix is adequate. So grateful if you'd make a note of that, Chairman. And then we've got excessive density and residential amenity as reasons for refusal. Excessive density is obviously linked in one sense to the residential mix. So again, I'd welcome comments around that from members. Residential amenity, I might have to ask Mr. Burridge to come back in on that one in a moment and explain just briefly what he means by that in the reason for refusal. There's a reason for refusal around lack of tree information, Chairman, and that's a difficult one. So if members are going to recommend overturn and approve this application, we would need to have conditions, Chairman, that would require the submission of arboriculture reports, etc., to satisfy us that the development as approved would not impact negatively on the trees in and around the site. We've also got reason for refusal, a standard reason obviously related to heathlands. That can be picked up by way of condition, Chairman. There was one other reason for refusal that I skipped over initially, and that related to the harmful impact on the setting of the conservation area. Obviously, the site is not within the conservation area, but it is the conservation area wraps around the site on several sides. So if members felt that the scheme was not going to have a detrimental impact on the character and appearance on the setting on the setting of the conservation area, then in theory, Chairman, the tilted balance does apply, because the impact on the designated heritage asset has considered to be acceptable. Therefore, in theory, the tilted balance, and I think that then takes us back to Councillor Bartlett's point when questioned around the relationship of the development or in the context of the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan. It would seem to me that Councillor Bartlett is drawing that conclusion that where the tilted balance applies, that on this occasion the adverse impacts of approving the development are far outweighed by the benefits of the scheme in terms of the number of units and the appropriateness of the building in its context. I think, Chairman, that covers it. If there's any more questions, please ask. And it may be that you might want to invite Mr. Firth to have a brief word with the members as well around that issue of the tilted balance and the fact that, if the view is that the development is not going to be harmful in terms of its impact on the setting of the conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. I wonder if Mr. Hodges could just remind us of what the makeup of the dwellings were going to be. I remember him saying 2 1-beds, 16 2-bed. I couldn't remember the quantity of 3 beds that were going in there.
Thank you, Chairman. The makeup is, I'll just refer back to my notes. We have 2 1-beds, 16 2-beds, and 6 3-beds.
Thank you, Mr. Burridge. So 16, 22, 24. Okay, so in basically with the neighbourhood plan, we would have been 6 3-bed flats down. The neighbourhood plan would say that 50% of them would have had to be 3-bed. In this instance, we're getting 6 3-bed and 16 2-bed. So we're not that much below what the neighbourhood plan would have said with regards to the mix of the units. I'm not sure what Councillor Bartlett would think on that. That's my rough quick maths working out, Councillor Bartlett.
Sorry, Chair. I mean that mix is it's most unusual to get 3-bedroom flats of that number in a number of developments anyway. I know the local plan was looking for more 3-bedroom flats, and I think this does actually produce. And although it's still short of the neighbourhood plan, it's still producing more than what we would normally see. 16 2-bedroom flats. Yeah, I think that mix is acceptable, frankly. How often do we see complete blocks full of 1-bedroom flats? This does provide a mix. It might not be the quite ratios, but it certainly is a reasonable mix, I think. Can I come back on 1 or 2 of the other points that Mr. Gould has made?
Councillor Bartlett, as the mover of this, you certainly can.
Thanks. Just like to go in terms of the effect on the conservation area, and in particular the setting of properties within the conservation area, or positioning of this development within the site, moves it further away, I think, from the adjacent buildings that are in the conservation area. So actually, and because it's of essentially the same sort of height, it really actually probably reduces the impact on those properties rather than adversely affecting it. In terms of the agricultural condition, I mean, as I understand it, there's no objection. Of course, the no objection was to refuse it, of course. So I guess we would need something. But my understanding is that the trees are not affected very much at all by the development. But if a condition is required to be added to the recommendation to approve that it's subject to an agricultural report, that would be absolutely fine.
Yep.
So I think we've probably dealt with all the areas in terms of the density. I guess that's a product of the mix, and if the mix is acceptable, then presumably the density is okay as well. So I think probably the move would require the addition of the condition regarding the agricultural report. But I think that's probably it.
I think, Councillor Bartlett, you would also need to add in things like affordable housing, still heathlands mitigation, and all of those things that would also need to be added as part of this application. If your move was successful, those could be added subject to the head of planning dealing with those afterwards. We could say this is granted subject to agreement with those policies. Would that be suitable for you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Could I bring in Robert Firth, please, to just remind members from a legal point of view? Mr. Firth?
Yes, hello, Chairman. A couple of things, if I may. So just to go on that tilted balance point. So as I understand, Councillor Bartlett is now saying, I think he's actually saying that he doesn't think the proposal will have an adverse effect on the conservation area. In fact, I think he rather felt it might improve the situation. Well, if that's the case, then the reason the tilted balance was excluded was because the case officer felt there was a harm to heritage. If the reverse applies, that knocks that point out. So the tilted balance would apply as far as the NPPF is concerned, and therefore, as members will be very familiar with, that means that members should be granting the proposal as far as the NPPF is concerned, unless they felt adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefit. As I understand what Councillor Bartlett's saying, he doesn't think that's the case. He thinks this benefits significantly and demonstrably support the proposal. Chairman, just to pick up on a couple of other points. Yes, conditions obviously need to be covered off. 106 terms need to be covered off. Yeah. And to the extent I think they're passing it to officers to try and sort the detail of that out, I think it'd be useful to say that they're delegating it to the officer to sort that out in consultation with yourself and the Vice Chairman and perhaps even Councillor Bartlett in that case, because he's obviously the proposer in that respect.
Absolutely fine. Thank you for that advice. First, much appreciated. Are you happy with that, Councillor Bartlett?
Affirmative.
Thank you very much for your help on that. Mr. Hodges, are we okay going forward? Mr. Gould?
Thank you, Chairman. It's Mr. Burridge.
Sorry, yes, sorry.
Yeah, no. Just finally, totally agree with what Mr. Firth has just said there about the conditions. Ordinarily, Chairman, if we were bringing a recommendation to grant before you, sorry, I hadn't had my camera switched on, we would have the standard wording in the recommendation that allows conditions to be looked at, providing that they don't go to the core of the decision. So with your agreement and the Vice Chairman's agreement, we would be happy to draft up conditions and then bring them back before you, Councillor Bartlett. And just finally, Chairman, on the point that Councillor Bartlett has been talking about, the mix of units and the density of the development, and the conflict with the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan. Paragraph 12 of the NPPF, Chairman, allows local authorities to take decisions that depart from an up-to-date development plan, but only if material considerations in a particular case indicate the plan should not be followed. And I think listening to the debate as it's evolved, Chairman, I think that's the scenario we find ourselves in, where Councillor Bartlett's view is that the other benefits, the other material considerations, such as the tilted balance, the lack of the 5-year land supply and the provision of a number of units and the appropriateness of the scale of the building, justify that departure from those policies in that Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Much appreciated your points of clarification. I think that really does help the matter to come to the fore for us all on this one. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So moving forward, we have a move now to grant this application. So raise hand from Councillor Stribley. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I was just going to comment. I think it's rather unedifying when the committee has to sit down and, in effect, make up the reasons for refusal or for grant or for whatever. These decisions are always committee or member decisions. The officers have delegated power from the members to make some decisions for us, and in fact many decisions for us. But when the committee recommendation is contrary, if you like, to the officer recommendation, then I think it should always be delegated to the chairman, vice chairman and chief planning officer or the chief planning officer in consultation with the chairman, vice chair, perhaps the ward councillor or proposer of another, if you like, to determine those reasons, rather than us spending half an hour mumbling in public about, well, can we do this, that or the other?
Well, actually, Councillor Stribley, I think it's a rather good idea that we do this.
Okay.
We have to be deferred to come back to us at a future meeting. At this moment in time, we're spending half an hour debating on reasons for why we want to go against the officer's recommendation. If we have to leave this for further debate amongst officers, it will be even longer before a developer got an answer. I think it's quite right that we appreciate the officers have made their recommendation. They've written their report in support of their recommendation. And I think it's equally right for us as a board to determine why we don't agree with the officer's recommendation, and then to be able to, in our experience, put our own reasonings forward as to why we want to go against that.
Well, okay, Chairman, we can beg to differ on this one. Thank you anyway.
We will. Thank you, Councillor Stribley. The proposer and secretary have to cover off what they want, why they want to go. Yes, exactly. So we've done that. We need to cover our backs. We don't want to be taken for a judicial review in any situation going forward in time. If we as a planning board can't decide why we go against the officer's recommendation, we are leaving ourselves open to future prosecutions. And as chairman of this board, I'm not prepared for that to happen. I always have great faith in everyone on the board being able to put their reasons forward. So we will now move to the vote. We have a proposal to grant this application. And if I call your names, either for or against granting, please. Councillor Simon McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Barron.
Against.
Councillor Steve Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Against.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
For.
Councillor Norman Decent.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall.
For.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Marion Lepedovin.
Against.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Abstain.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
For.
And myself, having listened to the further debate taking place since the last move, I will also vote in favour of this one. Thank you. So, Mr. Harrod, could we have the numbers, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thanks for bearing with me there. So I have 9 for, 5 against and 1 abstention.
So that application is granted, contrary to officers' recommendations. I thank everyone for the time put into this one, and thank Mr. Burridge for his time in presenting as well. And also thank you, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Firth, for your expert contributions to this one to enable the members to come to their decision. Thank you for that. We will now move on to item 6E of the this afternoon's agenda, but may I, with your permission, members, just take a 5-minute comfort break to enable everyone to quickly stretch their legs before we go into this, the last application, and then one item of any other business. So 5 minutes, please, members. Welcome back to this afternoon's BCP Planning Board. We will continue now with the agenda. Before we do so, just for clarity and transparency, I would like to point out that both councillors Bull and Bartlett have left the meeting this afternoon and will take no further part in this meeting. Thank you. So moving on, we have item 6E, which is 7 to 9, the Star Inn in Christchurch. Could I ask Sophie Maudsley, please, if she could share her screen and take us through the application? Sophie.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you see that on your screen?
I can, thank you, Sophie.
Okay. So the application is outline with landscaping only as the reserve matters. Put it into. There we go. Oh, sorry, my screen's gone blank.
Yes, so
Where's it gone? Sorry, bear with me. Let's try.
soon be back having proper meetings.
It was all ready to go. Okay. Can you see that now?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I will start again. Apologies for that. Okay, yeah, this is the application that the Star Inn in Christchurch. It's development of 2 2-bed and 2 3-bed properties together with associated parking and access. It's an outline application, but landscape is the only reserve matter. This is the location, an aerial photograph of the site. The site is located just outside the town centre boundary of Christchurch, but still within the mixed-use urban area. The site was formerly used as the car park for the adjacent pub. However, now it has been sold off separately. The site lies within the Pure Wild Conservation Area, and the former Star Inn pub is a Grade 2 listed building. This is just an image taken from Google looking towards the site. You can see the development would occupy a prominent corner site on a busy junction between the town centre and Purewell, which is this road here to the east. A few more photographs showing the site. This is the side of the pub, the former Star Inn, and the residential at the property at the top is Riversmeet Court. Here we have a location plan showing the flood risk to the site. As you can see from the colour green, the site lies entirely within the current flood zone 3 and the future flood zone 3A. Therefore, in regards to policy, both the sequential test and the exception test need to be passed. Officers consider that the evidence submitted does not show that the sequential test has been passed. We do consider that there are other reasonably available sites within the 5-year supply of housing that could accommodate 4 dwellings in a lower flood zone. With regards to the exception test, the development is also considered to fail this, as the properties will not be safe for their lifetime. The proposed floor levels of 1.92 AOD are below the required 3.6 AOD as stipulated by the Environment Agency. You'll see from the report that the Environment Agency have objected to the scheme, given the proposed floor levels, and as there is currently no strategic solution to secure future flood defences in this area. This view is also supported by the Council's policy officer, and you can see that within the report. Therefore, there's an objection to the principle of this redevelopment of the site as submitted. Moving on to the proposed site plan, as you can see, the built form would address both the Purewell Road and Stony Lay South by wrapping around the front of the site. 4 parking spaces would be provided towards the rear, and the existing access to the site would be utilised. Parking provision accords with the parking standards SPD. However, there are significant concerns with the loss of the loading and servicing area for the pub. Given the proximity to the junction and the presence of double yellow lines within the immediate vicinity, the lack of any safe locations for dropping off and servicing the pub is highly likely to result in highway safety issues. And this aspect has not been adequately addressed in the application. Proposed elevations of the dwellings. The 4 dwellings have a 2-storey traditional appearance. However, there are conservation concerns over the proposed design and the relationship with the adjacent listed pub. In particular, the confused roof form and lack of chimneys create an awkward design on a prominent corner site in the conservation area. The less than substantial harm caused to the conservation area and setting of the listed building is not considered to be outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme, which would be the contribution of 4 houses to the housing supply. The street scene just shows the built relationship to the former Star Inn at the top, and the one at the below is the Stony Lay South elevation, showing the relationship with Riversmeet Court, and this relationship at the bottom is considered to be acceptable. The development provides for 2- and 3-bedroom units, which are what is required in Christchurch, so it is considered to meet this in terms of policy LN1. However, the 2-bed units do not meet the housing quality indicators for unit size or the national space standards. There are also concerns regarding the impact of the noise levels of the units. Proposed CGI, which has been supplied by the applicant, just showing the development in the context of the location. So, Chairman, for reasons of flood risk, highway safety, heritage issues, amenity of future occupiers, and the lack of the mechanism to secure the Heathland contribution, the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Sophie. Mr. Harrod, could you read out any statements, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. One statement of, one of objection, 2 in support. So start with the objection. This is from Ellie Pycroft, and she writes, I believe this to be a detriment to the area, the people and the historic and aesthetics of the above pub. The car park is very well used, even during lockdown. There are many cars parking there. 5 properties in such a small space is ridiculous, and the parking will be hugely inadequate, leading to problems for inhabitants, patrons and deliveries. The corner by the traffic lights is busy, and to add, parking problems could be potentially dangerous. It effectively means a pub with no parking and dense housing with inadequate parking. People need more space, not less, and this historic part of Christchurch is being ruined bit by bit. Moving on to the supporter statement. This is from Giles Moyer of CL Planning, and he writes, Chairman and members, this statement is made on behalf of the applicants Amires Limited in support of the application. There is considerable local support for this application, which will see redevelopment of this site, currently being identified as a negative element within the conservation, and with a sympathetically designed proposal which respects the adjacent listed building and will complete the street scene. The proposal has been designed to reflect the scale of the adjacent listed building, having a comparable ridge height and eaves line. Where the site adjoins a listed building, the proposal is reduced to scale so as not to compete with the listed building. The proposed layout turns the corner of Stony Lane South and Purewell, providing legibility to the street and completing the street scene. The proposed materials are red brick and tile, reflecting the guidance in the conservation area appraisal. The application is accompanied by a detailed submission to demonstrate that, based on the council's own evidence, there are no reasonably alternative sites for the development and that the sequential test is passed. The availability of alternative sites should also be seen in the context of the council in the Christchurch area not being able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. The proposed units have been specifically designed to ensure that future residents are not put at risk of flooding. Each property has first floor refuge to provide an area for residents to escape from a flood event. Furthermore, each resident can sign up to the Environment Agency's early warning flood evacuation alert, allowing them to receive by phone, text or email a warning of a flood event. This will provide the residents with the opportunity to leave their properties before a flood event occurs. The properties will be constructed with horizontal plasterboards to allow for easy replacement if there is a flood, high-level electricity sockets and low permeability engineering bricks so that the property can dry out quickly if there is a flood. Other than the application site, the pub is surrounded by residential properties, including 11 Purewell, which is physically attached to the pub. As such, the pub currently operates in a residential area, an established relationship with future occupiers of the properties will be aware of, i.e. they know that they are purchasing a property next to a pub. The pub's traders in the main from locals who will walk to the pub. For those customers who drive, there are several town centre car parks in close vicinity to the site, the closest being circa 160 metres away. The applicant hopes that members are able to approve the application, reflecting local support for the proposal. And I have one more in support of, which is from Mr. Andrew Fielden, and he writes, as director of the Smugglers Run, the pub next to the application site, I can confirm that we wholeheartedly support the proposals for the redevelopment of the car park. We took on the pub in 2019 and were well aware that the car park was under separate ownership, was never a requirement of our business plan. The Smugglers Run is situated very close to an underutilised council car park at the Two Rivers Meet leisure facility, and we will advise our customers as such. I would point out that Christchurch's most successful pubs do not have their own car park, and these include Thomas Trip, Soho, Lock and Key. The car park is an ugly patch of land that has caused us numerous issues with antisocial behaviour, and providing much needed homes will improve the visual quality of the location, provide much needed housing and hopefully give the Smugglers Run some new customers. In terms of deliveries, we have a right of way which will remain the case and not cause any highway safety implications. We wish the applicant the best of luck with the application and greatly look forward to seeing this prominent corner sensibly developed as depicted by the application drawings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Do we have ward councillors in the meeting this afternoon, Mr. Harris?
I believe that one of the ward councillors is on the committee, Councillor Hall.
That's fine, thank you very much. In that case, I will now go to the members. Before we do, could I just ask Sophie? Sophie, there's a lot of mention in the report about the flood risk assessment, etc., and about the fact that the applicants haven't complied with that. Could you just clarify on that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, so the Environment Agency have objected for two reasons. One, the floor levels are not set high enough to stop floodwaters entering the building through the lifetime of the development. And secondly, the site is just outside a strategic area, which is looking in the future to create a strategic flood management system. So until that has developed, there is no strategic approach in place to secure further flood defences in this area to stop flooding happening. So yes, they also consider that the extra measures that have been put forward in terms of flood-proofing the property are not satisfactory because the floor levels are just too low in this current location. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you very much, Sophie. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I just want to follow up something that was in that last submission from the land about having a right of way. Can you clarify what this right of way is? Does he mean over the current car park, which would be the parking area for these properties, or is it somewhere else?
Thank you. Yeah, that's not been made clear during the application. As you'll see, the highway objection is because they've lost all servicing areas, and it wasn't made clear that there was an access. And how that would work between the residential parking and the servicing of the pub. So, say insufficient information was supplied as part of the proposal for us to think the highway safety concerns were overcome.
Thank you. And on a similar issue, also to do with the car parking, what about bin lorries? Will they have to park on the road, or will they be able to use the parking area and turn and come out forwards?
Yeah, it's anticipated they'd probably like off a bit like they do probably for Rivers Meet court next to it. But yes, considering the in principle objection to the application, we didn't get any further details on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow up on that. Are you saying that the highways objection is in place?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Councillor Peter Hall, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The officer has done a really brilliant report. She's gone into all the details, and as it's in a floodplain, and as you've seen throughout the country this year, properties in the floodplain have had terrible flooding, and to build on a floodplain does seem rather silly when we've got other areas that they can build on. So I think the officer's done a brilliant job, and I'd like to propose that it is refused as the officer recommended. And I think as it's in the conservation area, it is important to Christchurch to get it right. And to me, this is just a site that is not suitable for development, not for that scale. So thank you, Chairman. I'd like to propose that it's refused as the officer's recommendation.
That's noted, Councillor Hall. Thank you for that. Councillor Toby Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst I agree slightly with Councillor Hall on some of that, I will second his proposal to go with the officer's recommendation, mainly on the highways, but also on the overdevelopment and the flood risks. I think that whilst I certainly am not, I certainly think that car park could be developed on. I think it would need to be a much higher quality development. I think that 4 dwellings on that small space in the form that they are in this proposal is not good enough. I don't think, really, given that all 4 are below the national space standards and the standards that we ourselves set. The fact that they haven't been raised to the correct height, as Sophie said, to satisfy the flood assessment. I think that if you've got 2 3-bedroom houses and 2 2-bedroom houses, 4 spaces, whilst it's compliant with the policy, I think it's stretched, and also the reasoning that Sophie gave with regards to the deliveries to the pub. A pub cannot have a car park. Lots of pubs don't, but in this situation where it's situated, it would be almost impossible to deliver safely to it. So whilst I think that a couple of houses would be fine on that particular plot, the current proposal is not of a sufficient standard for me to go against the officer's recommendation. So I will second Councillor Hall's move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Johnson. Do I have any other members wishing to speak? I just want another quick one for myself, if I may, to Sophie. Sophie, how much consultation did you have with the applicants? Were they winners, or did they sort of just go ahead?
Thank you, Chairman. Members may remember that this application was put on the agenda for, I think, November or December Planning Committee, but the applicant did want to engage with us and try and amend the plans, taking on board my reasons for refusal at that time. However, the amended plans that came forward did not overcome the strong flood risk objections and didn't provide sufficient information on the highway safety grounds and the servicing of the pub. So that's why we're still here with a recommendation to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sophie. That sort of clarifies my mind as to how I was going ahead with my thoughts on this one. Do I have any other members? Councillor Steve Barron.
Chair, yeah, I'll bow to the Environment Agency and the Planning Officer on this one. I just can't accept the flood risk with the floor heights there. It's just I just don't think it's right to approve it. So I'll be supporting the motion of Councillor Hall. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. Anyone else wish to speak before I move to a move? I find myself in an utter agreement with Sophie's recommendations on it. I think we have to listen to the Environment Agency, and I know Sophie's done a really good job of trying to work this out with the applicant, and obviously we are still where we were 3 months ago with no further movement forward. So I think Sophie, in her role as planning officer, has come as far forward with this application as she can. We now have the opportunity to deal with as a board, and I will support Councillor Hall and Councillor Johnson in their moves to refuse this application. If I call your names out, members, and if you could answer for or against, please, that would be excellent. So starting off with myself, I am for the recommendation. Councillor McCormack?
For.
Councillor Barron?
For.
Councillor Bartlett has left us. Councillor Borthwick?
For.
Councillor Simon Bull has left us. Councillor Davies?
For.
Councillor Decent?
For.
Councillor Brian Dion?
For.
Councillor Hall? Councillor Hall, you're muted. I cannot hear you. Councillor Hall? Unfortunately, my lip reading skills are very limited. I cannot hear what you're saying. I will come back to you in a moment, Councillor Hall. Councillor Hilliard?
For.
Councillor Johnson?
For.
Councillor Lepedevin?
For.
Councillor O'Neill?
For.
And Councillor Anne Stribley?
For.
And Councillor Peter Hall, if you could unmute yourself, please. You're for. Thank you very much, Councillor Hall. Appreciate it. No problem at all. Thank you. That application is unanimous by everyone that is still remaining on the board. If I have the numbers, please, Mr. Harrod.
Yes, Chairman, that is entirely correct. So 13 of 13 present on this.
Thank you very much. So that application is refused as in line with the officer's recommendations. We have one item of any other business before us this afternoon, members. This was notified to me yesterday, so I'm happy to take this. Mr. Hodges, would you like to present this, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just briefly, I'm very, very grateful for you allowing us to take this matter. I'll be brief. I was advised yesterday by Tanya Coulter in Legal Services of this issue. Chairman, you may recall that the Planning Committee previously considered proposals for the redevelopment of the Reed Steel site in Christchurch, and that was application 818-3532, and the committee originally resolved to approve the application subject to completing a Section 106 agreement back at the meeting on the 9th of January 2020. At the time, the agreement to approve was subject to them completing it at the 106 by May of that year. Because it became apparent during the lockdown they weren't going to meet that target, we did take an item to the 21st of May 2020 committee to seek additional time until the end of March 2021 to complete the Section 106. We did think getting 9 months to try and complete have been sufficient. Appreciate we are in somewhat extraordinary times. From Tanya Coulter's advice, and despite our best endeavours, it seems unlikely we'll be able to conclude the Section 106 within the next 2 weeks, unfortunately. Therefore, we'd be really grateful if we could secure a further 6 months to ensure the agreement is concluded, and therefore we can then issue the permission, and hopefully we won't have to bring the matter back to you again, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. My view on this is that we should be agreeing to this. I think with the way that we've all been working, both officers, members of the public, all companies working over the last 12 months or so, it has been very difficult to get some things sorted. And rather than just throw this application out and then have to start the whole thing all over again, which could take up to another 18 months, I think my personal opinion is, yes, we should allow you to give them this extra 6 months. And I would ask if there are any members of the board that dissent from that or have any comments to make on that, please.
I agree, Chairman, as ward councillor, definitely.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. I appreciate that. So I see no one wishing to dissent. So I think, Mr. Hodges, that you can take that as a unanimous decision by the board to allow that extension of time on this one. And hopefully we can get something sorted out for the benefit of everybody in the future. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. With that, members, I will say thank you very, very much for today. It's been a very long day. We've had some extremely good debates and some good decision making made today. And thank you all for your time. I'm not going to keep you hanging on any longer. I'm sure you're all very hungry. And I'll just let you know that England are now 28-1 in their response to India's cricket score. So with that, I will close the meeting and I look forward to seeing you all next month. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.